Hey everybody, welcome, good afternoon, time zone, whatever. It's been about a week and a half, very sorry. I was out of town for a week. I was assisting my parents, I was assisting my parents with, remodeling their kitchen. They had everything torn up and they had started working on the floors. When I left, they were almost done with the floor. They had two of the walls up, the third one torn down. They had all the electrical run for all the lightings, for all the lighting, and other appliances. And they started moving the cabinets and stuff in. So, progress. Good progress. Um, because it's spooky season, I'm about a week behind. Unfortunately. I think I did this last year too. I was a week behind last year. We are playing Dead Space. If we can, throughout this entire month, we're going to play the entire series of Dead Space. No promises, though. We're going to try. But I promise, for those of you who were here for Xenoblade, we will have Xenoblade coming back. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 coming back at the start of the next month. Gotta be in the holiday seasons, you know how that goes. Anyway, hello, regardless, welcome. I'm glad everybody is here, and we are. You know what? Hang on. I don't think this is a good enough screen for you guys. Yeah, there we go. I'll just. We need to fix this. Okay, hold on. Technical stuff at the beginning of the stream because I'm weird. Apparently, NVIDIA broadcast isn't up either. That's fun. Shall we? And in 3, 2, 1. Hey, there we go. All right, cool. No, we'll keep that. That's fine. Okay. All right. We're gonna do it this way. This way makes it look better. So, I'm gonna play on medium. I feel like that's just the right thing to do. You know. I don't know. Especially for horror games, we want just the right amount of difficulty mixed with the horror aspect of this. So this will be fun. I've never played Dead Space. I know it's getting a remake in January. So we'll see. We'll see. Probably not going to play it. I'll probably watch it, but if we're playing it now, there's no point in playing it then, personally. This is an EA game back when EA was decent. Slander. Okay. Is it Clark, Kendra Daniels, Zach Hammond? I didn't get a chance to read all that. I blanked as it was going on.
I wish I could talk to you.
Aw, me too.
I'm sorry about everything. I wish I could just talk to someone. It's all falling apart here. I can't believe what's happening.
I also realized something. Hang on 1 second. And let me... There we go. Okay, that's better.
The little thing.
Personal stuff. A scuff start to a stream I've ever had.
How many times you watched that thing? Guess you really miss her. Don't worry, we're almost there. You'll be able to look her up once we're on board. Sounds like you do have a lot of catching up to do.
Alright everyone, we're here. Sinking our orbit now.
All this trouble over that chunk of rock.
Deep space mining is a lucrative business, Ms. Daniels. Aegis 7 is a gold mine according to prospectors' reports. Cobalt, silicon, osmium. Now, where is she? There she is. We have visual contact.
So that's Ishimura. Impressive.
The USG Ishimura. Biggest planet cracker in her class. And it looks like they already popped the cork.
Okay.
Why is it all dark?
This is fancy looking. Like, it doesn't look too terrible for a 2008 game. It really doesn't. It looks really good for a 2008 game.
USG Ishimura, this is the emergency maintenance team of the USG Kellion responding to your distress call. Come in, Ishimura.
You're gonna need to boost the signal if their power's low.
Yes, we know. Boost the signal. More.
So this is supposed to be a horror game? I've played Alien Isolation, not all the way through to completion, but I've played Alien Isolation, and I don't know. It felt like a horror game from. It felt like a horror game from the beginning.
It's a busted array like we thought. Sounds like they're having problems with their encoder. You get us down there and
I don't know. This doesn't feel like a horror game.
All right, you heard the lady. Take us in.
It just feels like a space game.
Gravity tethers engaged. Automatic docking procedures are go.
Gravity tethers. Oh.
What the hell?
Sir,
Well,
What is it?
we're off track. We're gonna hit the hole.
Hit the blast shields. That guidance tethers
we're
down.
gonna hit the hole. All right. Well,
Inside the magnetic field? Are you insane? Abort!
No, we can make it inside. Corporal,
turn down just a little bit. Nah, we'll turn it back up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's still not as loud as me.
is everyone okay?
What do I look like?
Were you trying to get us killed?
I just saved our asses, Ms. Daniels. If we
What's that
had flown
face?
at that speed and distance, we'd have smashed right into the side of the Ishimura. Now settle down. Let's get to work. Corporal, report.
Okay.
I'm not getting any readings from the port booster, and we've lost comms and autopilot.
Oh,
It'll take some
okay.
time to fix.
All right.
There's the mask that we saw on the thing, on the cover of the game.
Hold still, Isaac. I'm syncing up everyone's rig with the ship.
Yep, that's my name, Isaac.
Okay, we're done.
Don't wear it out.
Clean bill of health for everyone.
All right.
That's great.
We've still got a job to do.
That's
We're
great.
moving out.
Sorry, I'm being aggressively loud for no reason. All right. We are Isaac, the maintenance team. Rule number 1, don't fuck with an engineer. For real, though. For real, though. Oh, it's crazy. Okay. And left bumper. Ooh, that's weird. Oh, why is that camera weird? Can we pick up, please? Okay, there we go. Also, hello. Oh, I'm not supposed to go this way. Okay, I'm supposed to go the other way. We're getting there. This is my first time playing Dead Space. I bought the whole series when it was on sale because I wanted
You're gonna
it.
lose power to the port booster.
You've talked about this before. We've talked about this in person. You told me it was a really good series, and I was like, I'll give it a try eventually. Enjoy the ride? I plan to. I'm gonna try. How do I...
Guess the power's down everywhere. Isaac, get over here and hack the door pad.
Hacking the system. Oh boy. Move. And I'll hack the system. Okay. Open? Yes. Why wouldn't I? Alright. Okay, okay. I see how this is a horror game. Look at the stains on that floor. That's enough to give me nightmares anyway. They really gotta clean this place up. Is that a can of Mountain Dew? Oh, man. Okay.
Seems
Okay.
like everyone was trying to pack in a hurry.
There should be a security.
I just thought everybody got here and threw all their stuff on the ground.
Well,
And
there's not. There's nobody here. I can't.
I'm sorry. Hang on. Can we? Can we? We're gonna turn subtitles on for people.
Cats.
That security console's still live. Isaac, log in and see what you can find. Can't
Why?
get that elevator back online.
Power's dead. I can't.
Then reroute the damn power.
Okay.
Look, if we all cooperate, we can figure this out a lot sooner. Let's get that computer display up, Isaac.
Use the locator system to find your next
Okay. Press the right stick. Map screen. Okay. Look at that damage report.
That doesn't look good. She's taken a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage.
Line, getting around is gonna be difficult. Air seems to be flowing again. That's a start.
Oh,
What the hell was that?
what?
Automatic
Hold on,
quarantine
what?
tripped when the filtration system restarted.
What?
Everybody get back.
Thank you.
What was that? Did you hear?
Not sure.
Appreciate it.
The hell?
Oh,
I don't know. Something's in the room with us.
what is that thing?
Come on. Come on. Got it.
Oh, there's more than one. No, guys, no, there's more than one.
Run.
Okay, running, I guess.
Run, Isaac. Get the hell out of there.
I'm trying. I think you misunderstand who I am, lady. I'm just the engineer. You deserve that one. Ooh. Music is very aggressive. He was just trying to get on the elevator, man. He was late for work. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. So is this like Outlast where I don't have a weapon? I just have to like walk around and hopefully I don't die. I should have just waited. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait, is that how I break these? Aha. Aha. Hello, Natalie. Thank you for the lurk. Man, you need to... Sir, you need to calm down right now. It was way too aggressive. Chill out. Okay. Well, there's only one way to go. Okay. Is it? Oh. This is gonna make shooting so much easier. Okay. I don't like this. Studied car crash photos to create the monsters. That's actually really cool. That's an interesting detail. That's a very interesting detail. Well done, dev team. How do I get in there? Woo! That spooked me.
Collect and use health packs to replenish your health bar.
Okay. Okay. Health bar is on my back. That's what that is. Okay.
This is Benson. Everybody listen up. They're using the vents. That's how they're getting around the ship. Stay away from down. Get back. Get
They use the vents. Good to know. Okay.
Isaac! Isaac! God, I can't
Oh.
believe you made it.
Hi, guys.
Isaac, we ran into more of them on the way over here. Are you okay?
More what? What the hell are those things? Is that the crew?
Keep your voice down. Whatever they are, they're not friendly, and half the doors on this ship...
Okay, I like that. The fact that basically... Okay.
But first, we gotta repair the tram system.
Game development trick. So there's a camera just sitting right there, right next to those two. It's invisible, but it's a camera that's literally just rotating back and forth to make a cinematic style while all of this is being played out on the other side.
Damn it, everything is on the other side of this quarantine.
All it's doing is running on a track, essentially back and forth to rotate. I love details like this. Oh, this is so good. Keep an eye out for power nodes. You'll know why in time. Okay. Noted. Okay, map hotkey and change objective. Okay. Okay. Look out for power nodes, huh? Data board needed. Okay. Well, no data boards for me. Okay, that's a safe station. Can't call the tram right now. We got to explore. Okay, what's this? Aha. Ooh, plasma energy. Okay. I'm assuming the plasma energy is my weapon ammo. No. Oh, I kicked that. Okay. Also, we'll try not to backseat gameplay. I appreciate that. Please do not. I enjoy learning this stuff as I go. Just like little tips and stuff are fine. Just don't like spoil anything and don't really try to guide me. Buddy, I hate to be this person, but I did see your shadow move just a second ago. I hate to be this person. I'm sorry. Yeah. You're horrifying. Okay, anyway. I didn't want to do that. No. No, no, no. Okay. Medium med pack, regular med pack, ammo. I'm gonna stomp on this crate. Fuck this crate. More plasma energy. Okay, hang on. Whoop, wrong thing. Okay, yeah, ammo for my plasma cutter. Let's go ahead and reload then. Oh! Dev team also hired a psychologist to help figure out what makes the game scarier. The doors having open instead of just open. The question mark makes your mind naturally more apprehensive and you question your decisions more. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I was just kind of like, it says open. Let's go ahead and open it. Also, this man's got a leg up on the competition. I mean, he's really up there.
Isaac, be careful. Shooting them in the body didn't seem to work. Go for the limbs. Dismember them.
Oh, yeah?
That should do the job.
Yeah, like, see, I didn't even notice the question mark, though. Cut off limbs to kill quickly. Dismember enemies to slow them. He is hanging in there. Yeah, he is. Yeah, okay, so the dev team of this game so far, the facts that you guys have told me is, unfortunately, it's EA, but it's old EA, so. I don't like the fact that that door's opening and closing on its own. And the voices behind me bother me a little bit too. Stasis module. Okay.
Looks like that door is malfunctioning, Isaac. Try using the stasis module you just picked up.
Oh, okay, they bought it out after the first game. Okay, and then they slapped the title on it. Got it. Heads are really rolling here, man. Regardless, it's very unfortunate that EA owns this. Microtransaction. All right. Who turned out the lights? You guys probably think you're real funny, don't you? You're real funny, guys. Real funny. Who turned in the submission to, or the point submission to turn off the lights? Real funny. I don't know. I have, obviously it's just an opinion, and I will stand by that statement. It is just an opinion, but anytime I see EA's logo on anything, it kind of ruins it for me. EA and Activision have always been two companies that I'm not a big fan of because of the business practices that they've had. Your belly's still mad at you. I'm sorry to hear that. So, granted, again, just business choices, but poor business choices. What do we have here? What do we... Resident Evil instincts. Open the door and immediately throw your gun up.
Your stasis module should be able to help you with that arm mechanism.
Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, no. 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 Yeah, no. You need to calm down. Calm down. I don't want to have to use force with you.
Listen up, car 8 is trashed. We managed to get it back to the repair depot, but now the autoloader is fried. I need a stasis module brought down here now. If we don't get this piece of shit off the tracks, it's gonna jam up the whole system.
What? Sounds like you problem. Why didn't you grab onto that? Oh, okay, I see what it is. I see what I gotta do here. There we go. There we go.
Retracing damaged tram car. Please stand by.
I don't like that.
Isaac, you did
Noises.
it. The tram is blocking the whole system. When you get the computer online, you'll be able to call the tram from the control room. Faster the better. I can hear something crawling around out there.
You don't say. Yep, there it is. I know better than that. I can hear something crawling around. Yeah, you don't say, huh? Stand by. Okay. Let me out. Let me out. I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. Yep. You don't have legs. Oh, no thanks. Just trying to run. No. You're funny, game. I didn't sign up for. Actually, I did sign up for this. I can't really say anything about that. Oh, that's horrifying. Knowing that they come out of vents. I mean, again, Alien Isolation. Also, I'm assuming I'm gonna need as many credits as I can afford.
Thank you.
Thank you. Siren, hello. Boo. Unfortunately, you didn't scare me.
To the deck security system.
But thank you.
It took some work, but I've got the door
Thank
to
you for the
maintenance bay
reset.
unlocked. The data board should be somewhere inside.
Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't have a data board, so I can't go back that way yet. Where'd the dead body go? Okay. What's this?
This is Benson, Tram Engineering. We think we
Oh,
figured
okay.
it out. Smith killed one. Listen,
How are you?
forget about shooting him in the body. You gotta cut off the limbs, grab a cutter, anything like that. Cut him apart.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But also, fuck you.
Isaac.
About to do some more building? Okay.
Looks like the door to the storage room is locked. There should be a key somewhere in the maintenance bay.
Hey, bud. Yeah, I see you over there. You look like you're having fun. Oh, you're still moving. Yeah, maybe we don't do that? Yeah, kind of sounds like a good idea. Maybe we don't do that. Oh, there's more of you. Let go of me. Excuse me, sir. That's very rude. I've got places to be and people to see. It's not you. Oh, they're all coming from that way. Makes this a little bit easier. A little bit easier. A little bit easier. Okay, look, I have a feeling, and you can tell me if I'm wrong or not. I mean, I have to go back to that one location. I know that much. But tell me if I'm wrong. But I'm going to have to come back through here. And if horror games serve me right, I'm going to have to fight more in here. So I want to save those. I could shoot those. I could. Am I? No. Inventory full. Inventory full? Oh. What am I gonna do with all these health items? Okay. Okay. So you were talking about something. You mentioned an item that I don't. It's not in. What is that? Oh, is that the board I need? I'm just kind of looking around. But you mentioned a thing. And I don't remember what it is. Sir, I can hear you. I can hear. They're not hiding from me. Anyway, let's go up here. I'm not seeing any, is what I was gonna say. I'm not seeing any of the things that you're telling me about yet. Are they like rare items? Like, what? Don't tell me what they're for, but yeah. $800 credits. Okay, I'll take the credits. Credits are good. More ammo. Ammo is also good. First initial reaction is just to turn around and see what's behind me as well. Maintenance bay key. Okay. Blue wall boxes. Okay. Shimura Aerospace. Beautiful gyro. Replaced now functional. Faulty 40 scope. Damaged landing repulsor. Complete replacement now functional. Left 4 viewpoints. Replaced now functional. Okay. Don't know what those are for, but okay. Okay, friend. Can immediately check behind me. That's gonna be a natural behavior. Thanks, horror games. Something's trained me for this, and it wasn't Visage. Oh, whoa, hello. Maybe we don't do that, sir. Hey. Had to make sure. Didn't I get a key? Ah, okay. Speaking of blue wall boxes, power node. Okay. What's this thing? Okay, collect power nodes. Okay. I don't like being in here. I'm cornered. Okay. I don't know what I did, but I did something. Probably a dumb mistake, but that's okay.
That's it, Isaac. Take the board back to tram control and slot it into the computer array. That should get the tram system back online.
Yeah, I heard you coming the other way. Or are you yahoos around? Yeah. You can't trick me. It just doesn't work. Sorry to tell you, bud. I'm too good at this game. 100 credits. I'll take it. That one's already dead. That was the one I already double tapped. Use power nodes on blank sockets to get the ones. Oh, okay. 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 That makes sense. Going back. Okay, so we're going back to that room where the tram should have been, and there's no power. I think that was the situation. There was no power. I might not have been listening to him. I might have been more focused on the Oh, hi. Okay, I'm switching this to this way because I feel like there might be better luck that way. Because right now I feel like I'm only making 1 of 3 shots. Or 1 of 3 hits out of those shots that I'm taking. Y'all heard that too, right? Alright. Alright, game. This game's gonna make me paranoid. Okay. Alright, have your data board. Right.
Shipwide tram system reinitialized. All trams now operational. Tram arriving at flight deck station. Quarantine lifted.
I don't like those vents being there.
All right, we're on board and heading to the bridge. Good work.
Strange. The quarantine just lifted.
Whatever was in the flight lounge must have left. That's lucky for us. Isaac, get back to the Kellion and prep it for launch. We'll find out what we can from the bridge and meet you there.
If we live that long, you're out of your league, Hammond. This is suicide. We're going to die out here.
Your lack of confidence in me is duly noted, Miss Daniels. But
I mean, I don't have very much confidence in you either.
What I am going to do with or without you. Do we understand each other?
Just get us out of here alive.
I'm with the lady there. I kind of agree. This man's not fit for... Ooh, credits. Okay. Okay, I made a mad dash through here before. I didn't really get a chance to look everything over. Wait, are those boxes? What are those? They've got lights on them, so I assume that there's something that's breakable? Maybe later. They like to wall box it. Oh, okay. Uh-huh. I see you. You like the wall box. Oh, okay, okay. I don't like this. This thing's... Uh-huh. You're leading me into a trap. So there is some intelligent life after all. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. All right. I'm starting to get used to their jump scares. It's not really hitting me as much anymore. It spooked me at first, but they're not really bothering me as much anymore.
Isaac, we made it to the bridge. It's a nightmare up here. No survivors. We're going to try to get to the command computer. Wish us luck.
I wish you luck. For sure. What kind of luck, I'm not sure, but luck nonetheless. Wait, did it save? Okay, yeah, it did. Alright. I mean, I'm gonna keep playing, but I do need to stress that we will be streaming again later tonight as well. For those of you who see this on YouTube or the VODs, it'll probably be a day after or, you know, right after. But I will be streaming this for... Can't wait for them. Callie, hello! You're actually just talking about that. I said I was a little upset because it was owned by EA. And apparently it's got a deluxe edition, which concerns me a little bit too. But I'll be streaming for... let's see, it's been about an hour. Right about 3 more hours. My face is owned by... Probably. Honestly, probably. Wouldn't surprise me. Open. But we'll be streaming for a couple more hours, and then I'll be streaming again later. I have some things I gotta do in between. So, we'll see. I saw that. Your phone number to access it. See, okay, so I get the frustration of that. And that's like the equivalent of me saying I understand Activision in general. I get why they're doing that. It's to keep people from like... What was that? Oh, hello. Yeah, maybe we don't. It's to keep people from like making Smurf accounts and stuff like that. Like, I get that, but they're not handling it the greatest way. You know? I get it. Okay. I don't know where I'm going. What was that swing? Come on. Where am I going? I'm trying to get over there? Hmm. Guys, I made it to the ship. Oh boy! I survived. That's all that matters. Man, who needs a ship when I can just float in space? Okay, yeah, that having it aimed that way definitely helps. Yeah, come after me. You're not getting that far.
What the hell is happening down there? What happened to the shuttle?
That was our ride home. It's the only way off the ship.
So I hate to tell you.
Hammond, this changes everything.
Just let me think.
Hammond, I hate to tell you, but your crew doesn't exactly think that you're worthy of being commander.
Lockdown of all primary systems. Without the captain's authorization, I can't access them.
Well, where's the captain?
So, you need to leave. Dead, probably.
Here he is. Captain Benjamin Matthias. Location? Med lab. Status? Deceased.
What? How?
I can't access that information. Find the captain and you'll find his rig. With his authorization codes, I can crack this computer wide open.
Damn it. Isaac, I'm sending the tram back to your location. Get to the medical deck and find that rig as fast as you can.
What was that?
How do you think? Yeah. Hammond. Oh ho! Okay, he sent the tram back my direction, so this is unlocked now. Okay. We're getting some items now. Alright, that's to the tram station. I don't know where this leads, but I want to know. Oh man. Leads to the bathrooms. Ooh, that's a... I have a lot of ammo. Yeah. Don't mind me. Just looking for stuff. Nothing in there. I am not playing on easy. I'm playing on medium. I'm not a baby. I mean, I am, but I'd still play it on hard mode if I wanted to. I didn't want to play it on hard mode. I didn't want to play it on hard. No shame in that. Oh, thank God. Okay, there is a store, which means I can get things. Hello, store. I knew those credits were good for something. That's fine. You can be ashamed of me all you want. I don't care. Level 2 suit. Increase inventory slots and armor. There's a power node for 10k. I should probably buy the level 2 suit. Line gun! Because I'm out of... Hang on one moment. I'm very sorry. Okay. If he's gonna bark, he's gonna sit here in my lap. That's just how this is gonna go. Hey. Quiet. Okay. Because, like, my weapon's doing fine for now. Like, I don't need another weapon at this very moment. Ooh. Fancy. It looks no different. No, I tapped my desk, like, on the edge. Oh, come on, man. Get comfortable here. I tapped my desk with my foot, and it set him off. Because it probably sounded like a door shutting or something to him. Fuck that trash can in particular. Alright. For doggy boarding school. You know, if I had the money, Nah, I'd rather teach it myself. Personally. I'm trying. He's just not listening. Alright, chapter 1 completed. Perfect. Yes, I would like to save my progress. Chapter 2, Intensive Care. Okay, are you good now? You good now? You got that all out of your system? Okay. Easy. Go lay down. Am I... Oh, I was gonna say, am I already here?
Shh, it's all right, McCoy. He's here. Nothing to be afraid of. I knew you would come. Just like you said. I saved this for you. Can I go?
Niece's module.
Take me. Just shut up.
Oh, there's maggots under that. I was disgusted for a minute, and then that happened. Okay, wait. How much more space did we get? Only 3? Oh, God. All right. Gravity gun ahoy. What's this thing? Oh. Flamethrower. Okay. That's exciting. Hey, that's trapped.
Isaac, are you there? We were attacked. Kendra's gone. 1 minute she was there.
This?
I can't believe I lost
Thermite bomb.
We can still do this. Get me the captain's rig codes and we'll find Nicole. Looks like the crew barricaded the door to the emergency wing. You'll have to blow through it to get to the morgue. Get
The
some
emergency
thermite from medical
what?
storage and a shock pad from zero-G therapy. Should be down the corridor. Communication is useless in all this static.
Yeah, no kidding. Can you stop talking to me, please? Figure this out myself. Silent protagonist ahoy. Don't like that quite too much. Sir? Sir? Oh! Okay. Huh. Okay, recharge. Got it. Excuse me, body. Body! Whoop! Okay, game. Real funny. Haha.
Use kinesis on heavy objects that display this symbol.
Okay. All right. That's great. Let me do it. Okay. Clearly that's supposed to go there. So, we're going to leave that there. And hope that when we walk past here... Okay, we're good. No, we're not. Can we not? Sir. Or ma'am. Oh, there you are. You really don't know how to function, do you? Could have easily just climbed down that wall, but instead you had to go all the way over and all the way down. Okay. Anyway. Huh. Okay, that's right. I keep forgetting these guys always drop things. Credits. Okay, how many credits do we have? Where do I even see that? Hello? Oh, 6,000 credits. Okay. Almost enough to buy a new weapon. Oh no. Oh no. Dude. You're turning real funny. Turning real funny. Funny guy. Ah. I get it. Oh, is it supposed to go the other way? No? No, it's supposed to go this way. Alright. Lift ahoy. Also, that's a vent behind me. Okay, I heard more than one. There you are. There you are. Yeah, sit down, boy. Okay. Plasma ammo. And more plasma ammo. How much plasma ammo do we have? Jesus. Pulse round schematic. Okay. We have to find a store. Zero G therapy. Okay. Oh, I've got a minute of oxygen. Jesus. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me in. Let me in.
As you know, the Ishimura is able to set its gravity locally. Your grav boots will kick in when you enter a
Okay.
0G area.
With all the noise. Deactivate gravity. Wait, what was the control? Left trigger and Y. Okay. That's easy. Easier than I thought it'd be. Although, I am curious what's over there. I mean, I can't jump over there. Garbage.
Exiting zero gravity.
Okay, shock pad.
Great. You got a shock pad. Combine that with the thermite at the barricade to destroy it. Shit. I can hear more coming. Moving through the vents. Stay safe, Isaac.
You know what that means when they say they can hear it. Oh, zero gravity stuff's gonna be so weird. Yeah, this is gonna be so weird. Okay. Guess we're heading back out. That is cool though. I like the concept of the zero gravity thing. That is pretty cool. Oh, hi. Sir, I was in my locker. Can you not do that while I'm in my locker, please? I've got a minute. I can... 50 seconds. Credits are credits. You know? So let's focus on that. How are you not dead?
Exiting vacuum.
Okay. Yeah, I read that. Just hadn't seen any. Waiting for it. I see you. Nice try. Nice try. Oh yay. There's more of you. You never hunt in packs of one. His head just came flying at me. He's dead. Okay. That's weird. I sat back in my chair because I'm like, I don't like this. Oh, what's that? Huh. Okay. Is that line gun ammo or chain gun ammo? Oh, a bench. Okay, perfect. Perfect. I kind of like the idea of a damage increase for this thing. But at the same time, a capacity increase sounds wonderful too. Let's do damage because we're not actually like sitting with any kind of killing power right now. It takes us 3 or 4, 5 shots before we kill anything. Okay, we have 9,000 essentially. Oh wait, actually, hang on. Creature, please tell me you have credits on your body. Okay, that's ammo, not credits. Thanks though. Oh, what are you? Oh, I don't like that. Kind of gross. Ugh. Ugh. That wasn't pretty. Medium air can. Okay, well, there's our air can. There's still more of you? Jesus. Ugh. What? Okay, hang on. I'm not gonna turn that on. It's starting to get darker. Okay, well, we're 100 short of 9,000. Let me switch. Okay. Schematic downloads. Okay, we can get a pulse rifle. And pulse rounds. There's also a power node in the shop. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we bought some pulse rounds. So we've got about half a clip of the pulse rifle.
New raid has begun.
Oh, hello. Hang on. Whoa. Wow. Okay. Hi. Artemis. Hello. How are you? Let's go ahead and get a real quick. Also, I need to.
Shut the door. Shut that door. Shut the door. I'm gonna go grab.
Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Probably. We'll do that again here in a second. I'm doing good.
Have you gotten your COVID vaccine? Do you wear a mask when required?
Interested in a game of Raid Shadow Legends?
No.
Hang on, Artemis. I'll get yours here in a second. I guess they overlapped. I didn't mean for that to happen. Let's try that again. There we go.
Hello? We're making that proud and be like, ghosty wosty. Hello?
Masked _ Crow95 wants you to say the ghost's name 3 times.
That's kind of cool.
What's her name? Betty who? Betty.
I like that. That was actually kind of neat. I like that little mechanic that you got going on there. That's just text to speech with extra steps, right? It's an old clip. But hello, Raiders. Hello. I am Shadow. I meant to get around to that. I'm so sorry. I normally play JRPGs, but it is spooky season, so we have to have spooky games. So we're playing Dead Space. I'm going to try and get through all 3. Sir, calm down, please. Not in front of the children. Anyway. Okay, 1,400. We just got one part of our thermite bomb for this, I'm assuming. It's the only thing I could think of to use that for, and we just got our pulse rifle. Huh, what was that? What did I just do? Not use that in ages? Oh, well. Still a neat little thing. I like that. That was actually kind of cool. Yeah, I picked up on that. Thank you, Gay. Oh, I love how centered these are. Oh, okay. Okay, the door's just busted. That's fine. Just a casual stasis thing here. Walk on through. So what were you playing? Alien Isolation. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's right. I stopped in at one point. Alien Isolation is a lot of fun. Definitely scary. Kind of still feels a little more scary than this. I'm a little underwhelmed by all the jump scares thus far. Ooh. Wall box. Okay. More pulse ammo, huh? Okay. Awesome. What's this? Plasma ammo. Figures. What's all the ammo over?
Hazardous anomaly detected. Quarantine activated.
I answered my own question. I'm getting real good at answering my own questions when it comes to horror games. Oh, hi. Yeah, you're right behind me. I saw you. How about we don't do that? One more of you somewhere. Oh, they're through that door. What's that? Oh, that's the thermite. Okay. How convenient. Behind a locked door. All right, where are you at? Do, 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 do. Is that everything over here? Okay. I'm supposed to be scared. In hindsight, I'm just confused. Tends to be my common thing, though. Supposed to be horrified at everything going on, and it's more like, what exactly is supposed to be going on? Ammo. Okay. I love the noises they make. It's actually kind of entertaining. Trying so hard. Hi, friend. Oh, hi. There's another one of you. I didn't hear you come in, sir. Because I'm on medium. Challenge doesn't really play into horror for me. I don't really care how difficult it is. If it's good scary, it's gonna be good scary. I'm not playing on baby mode, so. Also, I've just played a lot of horror games in my time, so I've come to expect things. I've jumped a few times with you guys, but
what in God's name is going on down there?
I think
really
that's
good question.
precisely the point, Doctor. God's work.
I'm not so sure of that. We have to assume that the colony's problems are somehow connected to the marker.
You can
Arthur.
assume all you want to. I do not. The marker is glorious and divine. You know that.
God moves in mysterious ways.
Anyway,
isn't that the man that was choking on something on the floor when we came into the office?
Worried. Captain, people are dying
The captain.
down there, killing each other. Is this madness the transformation unitology teaches us?
Doctor. Terrence. There will always be risk when the stakes are high. And here, they're enormous. It could change everything.
And that's what worries me.
I'm kind of with the doc on that one. Wait, is that a thing behind here? Can I push this? Is there a hidden switch? I can see things behind there. Where's the doodad to open this hidden door? There's always a switch somewhere. Where is it? Maybe it's not in this room. Because that would be dumb, right? Putting a switch to a hidden door in your room. Okay. What we got going on here? Oh boy. More bathroom adventures. Pulse rounds.
I finally convinced Jurgens to show me the video feed from the colony. And what I saw was glorious. Breathtaking. Miners undergoing a transformation into something extraordinary. I must know more. Even as the believer within me wants to become one of them, the scientist needs to uncover their secrets. I need to study one of these necromorphs, as kind so clinically.
Necromorphs.
I need to witness this infection firsthand. Perhaps that patient from the colony.
Necromorphs. That's what we're calling these things? I'll just get that out of my inventory. Okay. Biological prosthetic center. I don't like that. And if this is something that I think it means, I'm really not gonna like this. I don't like all those babies floating around it. Oh yeah, I'm really not gonna like this at all. Just crawled up the wall. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is great. Love this. Love it. Not really. Can you hear the sarcasm in my voice? I hate it. Oh, mother of God! That was kind of funny. Baby time. Insert dead baby joke here. We love those kinds of jokes, huh? We love crude humor. You. Okay. So I don't like the plasma rifle. That whole thing about not doing enough damage. Yeah. Yeah, it's not doing enough damage. Oh, babies are crying and I don't like it. Okay, pick up that power node. Grab that.
Alright, that thermite you picked up should be able to melt through the barricade. Use the shock pad to ignite it. Hope I can hold this position. I can hear something big moving out there.
Don't say that, please. Nobody likes that kind of stuff. How about you just calm down, sir? Oh yeah, 2 shots is way... Oh, love it. Oh, that's so good. Calm down over there, sir. Nothing to get that excited about. much money do we have? 3,000? It's not a lot. Alright, well. Pressing on.
Okay, you're through. Should be clear from there to the morgue. Remember, the codes are on the captain's body.
The morgue?
This is Senior Medical Officer Nicole Brennan transmitting ship-wide. We need more help. We don't have the
I'm not
resources
moving
to
until
deal
we
with
get
this
done with this. Hang
medication.
on.
Nobody would tell us what's happening. These wounds, we are not equipped to deal with this. God. Get him to the table. Hold him. Nurse, you hold him down. Christ. And record it.
That was Nicole, right? I can't tell from here when that log was made. I'm sure she's around here somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure she is too. Undead. Necromorphed, as you like to call it. He said he heard something big moving around. What is that? What is that? I don't like that. There's just a giant hole in the middle of a metal wall covered in blood. I don't like it. It'll be fine. You'll be fine. I'm sure. I don't like it. Oh, come on. There we go. I don't need it. I got plenty of ammo. Oh, that was me. Babies. Frog babies. Oh, there's... Try to keep track of the first letter to each chapter. Reveals an Easter egg. I've already forgotten what the first chapter was. Oxygen. Why would I need an oxygen recharge in here? Credits. We like that. We don't like that. New arrivals. Okay, thank you. Intensive care. Okay, that's the one we're on. Guess I forgot that one too. I would have seen it at the end of the chapter. There are more undead babies in here. I don't like this. I don't even know where I'm taking that. Probably look around first. Okay, there it is. Well. Try that again. Okay. Lights are back on. Power has been restored. Is that door still locked? It's an elevator. Okay. Which means, of course, it's locked. I don't... I'm gonna keep walking. I don't like this. I don't like a lot of this, but you know what? Yep. And there's your reason why. Ow! Don't spit. That's rude. Your mama should have taught you some manners. Very rude. Yeah, I'm realizing that now. How much money do we have? 4,000. We'll get it. That's the next thing on my list.
Hello? Can anybody hear me? My name is Eileen Fisk. I just woke up in here and everybody was gone. I don't know what's happening. Why did they all leave? I'm going to try and find someone. If you can hear this, please come for
This
me.
man knows how to do the lean.
Scratching in the wall. Hello? Who's there? Are you a doctor? Why is everyone... Wait, I know you. You're Harry, the prisoner from the colony. You killed that nurse. Help! Somebody help me! Please!
Yeah. Text log. What do we got here? Newborns. Alyssa. Oh. You can't do that to me. Now there's names. It's just volume over power. Now there's names. Why is there an oxygen recharge station here? What is going to happen in here that's going to require me to keep refilling my oxygen? I don't know. So my big deal with the rifle is it just feels like it's a lot of wasted ammo. I'm sure that there's a good... Ma'am. Okay. All right. That was morbid. Science law. Dr. Kine T. Benjamin, further to our previous conversation, I asked that you delay bringing the marker up from the planet for a day or two. You know I'm as keen as anyone to study it in detail, and I understand your sense of urgency given the events on the colony, but that's why I ask what's happening down there is just too unique, too unprecedented to cut it short without proper time to study the cases or the causes and effects. In light of a discussion I had with Dr. Mercer, I'd like to meet with Doctors Sorelio and Welland planetside to get their observations. Terrence. Okay. So something happened on the planet below, and now we're here. Okay. There it is.
Science Officer Dr. Kine reporting. The colony's problems concern me greatly. I have no doubt they are somehow linked to the discovery of the marker, but the exact nature of that connection is still unknown. Almost 40% of the colonists are experiencing a form of dementia. The obvious symptoms are acute depression, insomnia, and hallucination. Incidents of violence and even murder also indicate extreme paranoia. Dr. Mercer has advised that I bring some of the affected on board for study.
Targets while the cutter is good for small groups.
The
Okay.
psychiatrist has reported that his own analysis has been
It sounds like Doom and Alien, every other horror game like this. Yeah, right?
Dr. Mercer at this point, but I need his expertise. We need solutions, and we need them quickly.
So, the whole space sci-fi trope, it's kind of hard to come up with more unique stuff than, ooh, there's aliens, or ooh, there's a disease down on the planet that's come up to the spaceship to infect it. A little hard to get any more creative than that, considering we don't exactly know anything about space, other than there are a lot of massive planetary bodies. Alright, I'll give it... Give it another try. We're in the morgue. This is going to be awful. Oh, and now they fly. Great! Oh! Oh! Just your thoughts on my playthrough? Yeah, that's true. I'm more trying to understand everything that's going on because I'm kind of like half out of it. Oh, that's ahead.
Notes received, and they look good. Thank God. I'll start accessing
No, see, like
the
that's
right
tips. That's fine.
Head to the tram
That's not
station,
something that
and I'll
bothers
contact
me.
you there. I'm going to find out what the hell happened to the ship.
Or node. Okay. Good, good. Is that credits? That is credits. Give me those credits. New space idea. See, you say new space idea, but that's probably been written somewhere. In a book or something. You know, if people still read those. Be crazy if they did. Okay, text log. What we got? Medical log, Dr. Domus G, medical examiner. Report of death on ship. Captain Matthias. It's my sad duty to officially pronounce Captain Benjamin Matthias dead. Reports of the exact circumstances surrounding his death are conflicted and beyond the scope of my role. I can only report on the body. The subject was in generally good health for his age, though a cursory blood test indicates his leukocyte count was very low, with eosinophils in particular almost non-existent. His pre-flight medical exam showed no such problems, indicating rapid onset. However, it is unlikely that this had any effect on his death. But I mean, I came up with it in like 2 minutes. You'd think people could come up with something different in more time. You would think. You would think. But capitalize on what you can get. You know? Capitalize on what exists. Put a small twist on it. Boom. You've made it your own. I didn't want that. Okay. Oh, actually, I need health. I didn't actually realize my health was low. I don't need that. Needs it. Healings items are for the weak. I'm weak. Okay, I know where we're at now. No, you don't. You stay over there. No, seriously. Hold me. Hi, friend. It'd be really funny if I step back just enough for you not to aggro me. Just unload a whole clip into him, just step back and let the door close. The big problem is when they learn how to open doors. That's the big problem. So when they learn how to open doors. But then other doors have instant aggro monsters once you open them. Yeah.
Somehow one of them found a way down to the captain's nest. I managed to contain it in a damaged escape pod.
Sounds great.
Lifting executive lockdown now. I found the deck logs. Whatever is happening around here, it came from the planet when they cracked it open. It spread to the colony and reached the ship. Isaac, this isn't an infection. It's some form of alien life.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Shit, we've got bigger problems. The ship's
But we already
engine
knew that.
and our orbit is decaying. Get over to the engineering deck ASAP while I stay here and figure out what the problem is.
Get over to engineering? Where's that? I'm in medical. Where the hell do you think I am? Hello? There we go. Okay, so we have, what was it? New arrivals, intensive care. Yeah, that's fine. Course correction. So NIC.
You've got two problems, and we're working on borrowed time here. First, there's no fuel in the engines. Second, the gravity centrifuge is offline, which means there's a couple of
I'm gonna
trillion
figure out by
tons of
next stream.
rock
I'm gonna
weighing
write it down.
I need you to get that centrifuge operational. Refuel the main engine and fire it up so I can stabilize the ship's orbit.
Sir, this sounds like a whole lot of your problem and not mine. I still don't see how this is my problem. I'm just trying to get off this godforsaken thing. Y'all signed me up for a job I wasn't prepared for. This is above my pay grade. And I mean very above my pay grade. I'm not even getting paid for this. Okay. Alright, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, we're literally just an engineer. We followed with our team to this ship because we lost connection with them because they lost power. And now we're knees deep in shit. Centrifuge. That's locked. Refueling station. Okay, we'll have to go there eventually. Audio log.
Acting Chief Engineer Jacob Temple. It's been 2 days since they pulled that planet open, since the captain died. The panic, the riots, they were nothing compared with what came after. Our friends, our co-workers, started coming back. Changed, coming back to kill us, drag us away. Rucker disappeared this morning, and I have to assume he's dead.
Okay. Later.
They're starting to crack. I'm trying to keep an eye on them, but right now I have bigger problems. We're hemorrhaging fuel, and the primary engine is laboring. Danvers and I are going to try to reach the fuel depot to see if we can fix it. Temple out.
All right, cool. This is a machine shop. Hello, sir. How are you? Really good timing on your part. You just missed Callie.
What in hell is going on here? Danvers!
Blame fuel.
He's crazy. He's pulling his own teeth out. Anderson, for God's sake! Oh God, is he dead? Relax.
Pulling his teeth out?
He's alive. that door pretty hard.
Oh, okay. He ran into a door.
Do something like that. I don't get it.
He's crazy, man. He's crazy. Okay. Also, I keep clicking in on the left, like, movement stick, just hoping that it'll cause me to run, but that's not the case. Okay, let's get the schematic out of our inventory. Oh! Huh. Yeah, we'll sell that. I'm crazy enough to do that. Crazy. Okay, we're at what? How many credits? 9,000. Okay, so we can't buy our flamethrower. We can't buy the power node. We're close, but we can't buy them yet. Okay, I need... One, I need a drink. But two, I need an upgrade station. Like, ASAP. Oh, speaking of. You got here. You stop that. Deck log Hallow F. Deceased. Don't know what's going on here. Or don't know what's going on around here. Someone said the ship's been attacked. Who the hell would attack us out here? First the captain dies. Now we get attacked. Carmack says someone on bridge staff killed him. Can't believe it. Goddamn chaos now. Can't get through to the bridge. Can't get through to anyone. Everyone's running. Getting the hell out of here. Should probably join them. Alright. Get capacity up over here. Alright. Gotta keep our eyes open for those. Those seem really handy. Oh boy, I can hold 12 now. I'm terrified that these bodies that are just hanging around are gonna be, like, active. At some point. Health pack. I don't need no stinking health pack. Just need power nodes. Hi, friend. Take a kneel. I don't know where I was going with that. Oh, hello, Luffy King. If they are, just let them attack you, then you'll know. Yeah, right? I don't know, just, it's weird. How are you? Break. I could use some more ammo. Not really. I don't need more ammo. I don't need more ammo, game. I lied. I'm sorry. Shooting diagonally is brave? What do you mean by that? I wouldn't go that far. Function kinesis required. Ah. Bring thine self over here. Real men use thumb. Just load a gun with your thumb. Can I? Bye. Get out of my lift. The legs and save ammo. Yeah, I could do that. Wait, what do you mean? I'm shooting vertically. This is horizontally. I can't change that to diagonal. What? I feel like somebody's memeing here. I feel like I'm being memed. Just don't know my side names. Now I really feel like I'm being memed.
Shut it, Danvers. Shut it. Engineering log. Temple reporting. Someone has shut off the fuel lines to the primary engine and damaged the valves in the process. They need to be repaired before I can reopen them, but we're running out of time. With the engine offline, orbit decay will begin in less than 10 hours. I just can't understand who would do this. If it's one of those crazy unitologist bastards, I'll break their neck.
I did it.
We never should have let him live. Shut up, Danvers. Help me with the tools.
You know, in the moment, I do too. Especially if someone puts me on the spot, they're like, all right, go to the left. So the only reason I shoot vertically is because if I can get 3 shots on the leg with one round of ammo, I'm gonna take it. That's the only reason I'm doing that. God. So many bodies. There's so many bodies right here. Jesus. Okay, I need the stasis stuff. Just the ragdoll effect of these things kill me. Alrighty then. That was exciting. I used to run out of ammo in Dead Space 1 on easy mode. Nah, I wouldn't say that. Ripper. Oh. Put yourself down like that. Thought like it is and was. That's fair. I have no idea what I just did. But it's probably going to attract a lot of these things. They seem to be very interested in noises. Loud ones, specifically. Huh. Okay. Oh, moving on. 2 is much more horror-based than 1. Yeah, that's what I've been told. Oh, God, no. No. I fired. Mostly jump scares. Yeah, I'm kind of picking up on that. Some games rely on it. Some games have them. Doesn't mean they have to be. Oh my god. More babies. And that's how you use the horizontal. Not all the time. I mean, you have to set up jump scares. Mostly they're supposed to be set up where people aren't expecting them, and that's when you usually get those, but I didn't like that very much. But sound design's one thing. Cheap jump scares that just get old, yeah. I can understand that. Honestly, Silent Hill. I mean, entirely perspective. I like Silent Hill, but at the same time, I also like Resident Evil. They're two different sides of the same genre. Best is entirely relative based on the person.
Refueling sequence activated. Sufficient fuel to fire primary engine.
Whatever you did, it's working, Isaac. I have a fuel reading. It's only a quarter full, but that's enough to restore orbit once you bring the engine online.
Did you just pop? Calm down, sir. Old classic RE games are great. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I talk about 3? I mean, I'm gonna be playing it, so I'm gonna have to. Explosions, huh? Oh, am I really out of... Oh, right. I gotta take that Ripper schematic back. I was gonna drop that. Grab another health thing. Didn't hurt any. Oh, come on, man! Yeah. Normally I use mouse and keyboard for shooter games, but I didn't really feel like it this time. Okay. Again, I'll stand by the statement of entirely perspective and preference. Honestly, that's preference too. Just depends on the person. Right. I could buy a power node, or I could buy the Ripper. I'm gonna buy the Ripper. Okay. Fortunately, I don't have any... Again, I mean, I use mouse and keyboard for a few things, but not everything. Well, I played stuff like Overwatch and Quake. I use mouse and keyboard, but... I don't need super high reaction times here. Small air canister. Okay. All right. All right.
This is Temple. Now the centrifuge is offline. We've got 4 trillion tons of rock hanging off our ass, and without that centrifuge to balance the ship, the gravity tethers will pull us straight down to the colony. I'm heading in there now to see if I can fix it.
That doesn't sound like a good idea. Doesn't sound like a good idea at all. Not at all. Okay. I don't need chain ammo right now. I don't think I grabbed any. You should switch between the two without much difficulty. Yeah, that's fair. Well, we will see. However, I prefer not to know about things before they happen. Specifically why the tag no spoiler is there. I appreciate it, though. There's glass there. That's my bad. Yep, heard that one. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Okay, never mind. Not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I heard the noise and I thought it was going to be one of the baby creatures. Ugh.
Decontamination sequence complete. Thank you
Okay.
for your patience.
What did these boys drop? Nothing. Chain ammo. Great. Line racks. My bad. Great. Love it. All right, what do we got over here? Okay, so we got a power node, some money. How much money do we have? 8,600, not bad. Could be better, but not bad. Oh, that's where that other hole leads to. Okay. Gold semiconductor. Okay. All right. We're gonna drop that in favor of the mediums. All right. Okay, so we're in zero grav now. Okay, that's an elevator shaft. Yeah, where are we? There you are. float. For God's sakes. Thank you. It's for the saw. Okay, the other one's down there. God. Release. Okay. Okay, so we need this. Ah.
Generator module attached.
Remove thine arms. Okay. Okay, so the next one is right here. So we stasis and then kinesis it. That's not what I wanted. Boy, you are adapted for this, ain't you? There we go. How much ammo do I have? Not much. Let's switch to our line gun so I can get more ammo.
Centrifuge activated. Re-establishing balance with planetary cargo. Gravity restored. Entering vacuum.
Sir?
You're doing great, Isaac. Centrifuge and gyros are both 100% and stabilized. Now get out
That's
of there
not
and
good.
focus on the engine.
There it is.
How much time we have left.
I don't know how much time you have left as I'm getting dragged across the floor.
Centrifuge activated. Re-establishing balance with planetary cargo. Gravity restored. Entering vacuum.
Okay. So what do we got here?
You're doing great, Isaac. Centrifuge and gyros are both 100% and stabilized. Now get out of there and focus on the engine. I don't know how much time we have left.
Can you run, please? Oh, I see what's happening here. Yeah, I'm gonna get hit anyway. I see what's happening there. Okay. That is slowing me down. There are... okay. I see. I see.
Centrifuge activated.
I got this.
Re-establishing balance with planetary cargo. Gravity restored. Entering vacuum.
Alright, centrifuge, you go.
You're doing great, Isaac. Centrifuge and gyros are both 100% and stabilized. Now get out of there and focus on the engine. I don't know how much time we have left.
Store my oxygen. Let that centrifuge spin one more time. I'll worry about this space in a minute. Yeah, sir. Aha. Going against the grain. Look at that. No problem. Once I got my head out of my ass, I could do it. Right. Yeah, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. It's all relative.
Exiting vacuum.
There we go. Not a problem. Whoa! Whoa! Can we not? How about you let me go? How about you let me go? It's a crazy thought. Let me go. Actually. Let me go. It's very rude, sir. Okay. Well, that was that. It's all sorted and good. We're all candid and happy now, huh? Okay, nobody back here. Cool. Where are you at? I just saw you run this way. There you are! Ha ha ha! No. Stasis pack. Okay, nice. Good drop. Thank you. I was looking at the time.
Isaac, can you hear me? It's Kendra. They attacked me, I ran for it, and Hammond he just disappeared.
Boy, both of you have the same answer. Or same statement. They disappeared. I don't know where they went. I ran one way and they ran the other.
I can hear them moving outside, but I don't think they know I'm in here. I can launch into everything from here. I hacked the route and found some reports from the colony. Even before they cracked the planet, the colonists were experiencing widespread dementia.
Okay.
It seems to be related to some artifact they found on the planet. Something called the marker. I'll keep looking. I've got your location and I'm going to unlock the door to fuel storage. You can get to the engine chamber from there.
Sounds good. Good to know. Good to know. Okay. So... Alright, we need a few... Okay. What are we looking at in our inventory? I don't need it. Oh, sell to the store for credits. Okay, cool. Hey. How much did I get out of that? Oopsies. I wasn't paying attention. 10K! Nice! Okay. Buy that power node. That puts us at 2 nodes. That's handy. Okay, so... we... fix this, right? Yeah, because we came out of here, if I'm not mistaken. No, we did not. What is this? So we came out of a side passage. Vacuum. Oh, this is fun.
Entering zero gravity.
Why? That's right.
Exiting
All right.
zero gravity.
Yep. Shut that door and let's get moving.
Exiting vacuum.
This sounds horrifying. I don't know what's going on in that room, but it's really loud. So the elevator's there.
This is Temple. Screw the engine. I can't restart it by myself, and with all the other shit going on, it's obvious this is sabotage. I'm heading for the bridge, and then I need to find Elizabeth. I gotta get her off.
Maybe it's sabotage. I highly doubt it. I can just hear things slogging through it. Okay, so the other one is that way. Does it take me down? It does. I don't need health. You're doing fine. I still hate that sound. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. Where? Oh. Oh! I wasn't wrong. I knew something was up. I'll wait. You're gonna come back. I'm getting a lot of ammo for this thing. All right. Going down. Right, bottom floor. Power lock enabled. Yeah, sure. Oh. Let's. Yeah, let's drop that. All right. How much did we free up with that? One space. Okay. Yeah. Grab that. Open up. That usually indicates, yeah. Big door. All right. Well, I'm no idiot. I'm just dumb sometimes. I'll save there. Ha 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 ha! Go. Oh, I know there's still more in here. There you are. All right. Doing good. Are you still not dead? Oh, that's a big boy. I'm gonna need the biggin for this. Oh, okay. That's kind of neat. I kind of like this weapon. Also, that was really gross, sir. However, that was a golden semiconductor. Alright. I see you, game. Oh, hey. I got another power node. Alright. I think it still leaves us at 2 because I used one. What are we looking at? Okay. I'm not gonna grab line ammo. I don't really need that right now. Let's do a quick sneak peek around this place. See what we can find before we go moving forward. Okay, well, bottom floor is all clear. What about top floor? What's up here? If I can hit the box. There we go. Credits. Perfect. Perfect. Line ammo. Okay, that leads down here. Oh, hey, that's a thing. Ripper blades. Okay. Alright, the only thing to do is to start the engine. Or start the... yeah, engine. Yeah, start engine sequence.
Ignition sequence initiated. Please stand by.
Yeah, let's go. Ow. Did you explode? Hello?
Please confirm ignition.
Yeah, I saw that one coming. Couldn't do nothing about that. Let's heal up here real quick. There you go. Credits, Healy Doos, ammo. Yeah. A pretty decent haul. Line ammo. Okay. Oh, I gotta... okay.
Engines firing.
All right, we got it. Can I get out of here?
It's working. We're online and functional. Finally, some good news. Get a tram to the bridge, Isaac. I'm gonna take us back into a geostation.
Wait, we're not safe yet. Ship's asteroid defense system is offline. On the way
Okay.
up, the ship's going to pass through a debris field thrown up from the planet crack. We'll be ripped to pieces unless you restart it.
Okay, all right.
Damn it. I'll start working on it from here. Isaac, meet me at the bridge. You can do more good here than I can.
Darn right. I'm the engineer. All right. I'm gonna save because that seems like it should have been harder than it was. I can definitely tell that if it was on hard mode, that would have definitely been more difficult.
Isaac, where are you? It's me, Nicole.
Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. No thanks. No thanks. I don't know who you actually are, but no. Oh, no. No, no, no. I feel like I missed a spot up here. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm just overthinking things, but I'm pretty sure I missed. No. Okay, yeah. Okay. Let's come on back through here. Yeah. Means we're on the right track. Where there's enemies, we're on the right track. The other thing we haven't bought yet is the flamethrower. Because we bought our suit upgrade. Okay, cool. Tram station is this way. That's not what I wanted. Okay. I just wanted to reload. Okay. How many chapters are in this game? We are breezing through. Okay, NIC. Chapter 3 completed. Yes, I would like to save. I'm not a maniac. NICO. I think I know where this is going. NICO. Are the next two chapters L and E? From Nicole?
Isaac, come in. Kendra's right. The ADS is completely shut. I'll need your help to fix this. Kendra, if you can hear me, see if you can get to the ship's reports. It sounds like you have better access from there.
When were you going to tell us about the artifact, Hammond? This marker?
I don't know anything about that. It's referenced in the captain's records. They brought it up from the planet.
It's on the ship?
There are 12 chapters?
They
okay.
think it's of alien origin, but I don't know what the hell it is.
Really? CEC didn't know anything about it? You're lying.
Back off! I am not the bad guy here. Ross shaky right now. You're gonna have to trust that I don't know anything about it.
Okay.
We've entered the debris field. Get to the captain's nest. I'll explain everything later. Hammer down.
Okay, but I'm still pretty sure the next two chapters are L and E. Should make a lot of sense. Oh, hello. Oh, that's a big boy. How am I looking on ammo? I need to plan this out. Okay, I need to sell that. Got plenty of ammo for my... Yeah, okay. So one of those. Okay. Oops. I didn't mean to close out of that. I keep forgetting I can just like navigate over to it. Let's grab another set of line racks, some more pulse rounds. Okay. How are we looking? How much space do we have? Okay, we got one. I'm gonna drop that. Okay. Main atrium. Ooh. This is pretty. Was pretty.
Warning. Hull breach detected.
Isaac, impact on the bridge, right at your feet. I'm reading heavy
Yeah.
damage, but containment looks solid. Life support is stabilized. We've got to get the ADS working.
Bridge, come in. We've been boarded. Repeat, the ship has been boarded. We are under attack. Open fire. How are they? They've already killed most of the deck staff. We need security back up here immediately. Guns are useless. We can't hold them back for very long.
Huh. Okay, well. Good to know that the entire team on this ship was incompetent. I mean, we're one person named Isaac. And we've taken out a whole bunch of these things. Kind of crazy. Do you think? Oh, level 3 suit. Okay, that's big. Ah, okay. Not commander.
Isaac. Damn, you scared me. The place is making me jumpy. Fucking asteroids coming through the roof. Look, I know Kendra doesn't trust me, but I don't know anything about a marker or anything else. This is supposed to be a repair mission. Plain and simple. This mess is the asteroid defense system.
Death toll is mounting. Known dead so far. Oh my god.
You're gonna have to reroute them manually through at least
It's a lot
3
of
junction
people.
boxes to activate the primary cannon. Oh, but first, you need to activate the atrium elevators from bridge security. You can use them to get to the junction boxes. By the way, Isaac, be careful. I saw something out there. I don't know what. I only got a glimpse. It was big. Really big.
All right, Chief. You got it. Actually, you know what? No. This is the perfect place for me to go to break. So that's what we're going to do. I will be back shortly. So please hold.
You better get moving. This readout doesn't look good.
All right, and we are back. Hello. Let's go ahead and move on forward. So he wants us to go.
Stand back. Oh, that one was dead when I sealed the pod. These things don't die easily.
No, they don't. Gonna blow all their limbs and their head off. Okay, we're up here. So now what? Now what? Where do we go? Tram station. Ow. Oh, I thought that killed me instantly. I was gonna be really upset about that. Okay, how am I supposed to do that? Oh, the Ripper blade is cheesy for this guy. Oh, wait, is he dead? Oh, he's dead. Ha! Ha! All right.
Make us whole again.
Make us whole again. I don't like that. But also, wouldn't hurt for us to open up a few things here. We killed that thing. That thing was kind of easy because of the Ripper. You could definitely use more health. Normally I wouldn't just throw all my stuff in one basket, but that feels right here. How much money do we have? 750 credits. Great. Great. Oh, this is the security office. Oh, there it is. Elevator controls.
You'll all be tried for mutiny. Kind, make them listen to reason. Settle down, then. Hold him. By Maritime Law, Article 5469, I hereby declare Captain Benjamin Mathias unfit for duty. The marker must be delivered to the church. Terrence, please.
Marker must be delivered to the church.
I can't let you do this. Traitor. Heretic. Hold his head. Murderer! Hold him.
Dead.
No, it was an accident. I had to stop him.
Arrest the doctor.
Huh. So was the doctor... That wasn't you guys. Okay. I had to look just to make sure that wasn't you guys. Oh, God. Ow. Bright lights. Flashy lights. Okay, so I'm probably gonna go for about another hour, give or take. That way I can kind of get up, stretch, do whatever I need to do. Contact beam. Okay. You know what we're getting rid of. Back. Oh, hello. I didn't actually look at the ground. I was just like, oh yeah, a bunch of dead bodies. That was good. That was good. I like that. See, that was a very well placed jump scare. I wasn't thinking about it. I was just like, oh yeah, storage. There's stuff here. There can't be any enemies in here. Joke's on me. I didn't take damage, but you know.
Some of the gravity plating is malfunctioning. Keep an eye out for any kind of distortion effect coming from the floor. It could be dangerous.
I'll wait. I can hear it walking. You deserve that. This man's flipping me off. Look at this. I haven't actually paid attention to how much ammo I have for this thing. I probably should have been paying attention. Okay, well that boy's coming from behind. Really hoping I was able to shoot him through that. Unfortunately, I was not able to. Oh, these gravity floor tiles are fantastic. That, however, is not. How much ammo do we have? Okay, I've got plenty of that. Yeah, alright, cool. We got plenty of ammo. We're good. We're good. I also recognize I should be using my stasis. Well, yeah, it's a Smurf. They don't want that. Am smart. Okay. So they're basically to everybody who didn't like the whole phone thing for Overwatch 2, they're basically doing the same thing that Valorant did with hardware. They registered all of your hardware information. I'll play like bronze for the rest of my life. I don't just... Jesus! Oh. You're back. Got it. Ow, sir. Huh. That's weird. I know for a fact I shouldn't be doing that with this thing. That's not how you're supposed to kill it. You're supposed to go behind it. Ooh, a power node. Okay. We'll take it. Oh, well, that didn't work. Oh, wait, hang on. Supposed to...
Power transfer to the ADS.
Ship systems, junction box.
The ads!
I'm making some progress with the tracking grid. One of the cannons is giving me a hard time. Keep moving.
I'm telling you, that buzzsaw weapon is probably my favorite thing in the entire world. I don't know what it is, just it's fantastic. Not good enough to actually smurf. Well, okay, so it's not specifically like targeting people who are like that. It's targeting people who are, you know, we're talking like platinum to master and are using Smurf accounts to fall down to bronze because they don't want to ruin their rank. Yeah. Like, man, I got potato aim. If you haven't noticed, I have potato aim. I am worthy of bronze. If I got anything higher than that, it would be luck of the draw. It is pretty bad. Yeah. I don't know how much ammo I've wasted. Too much. Too much. Too much. Probably could have saved a couple thousand credits. Yeah. I don't know where you're coming from, but you better go back where you came from. No, you stop that. They're also on the left of me. Hello, friends. Credits. I just, from a financial standpoint, don't understand smurfing. Extra money. Also, I just turn off chat. And then at the end of the game, I say, GG, had fun, and then immediately leave. On set for like 5. Okay, see, that's fair. But I know people who buy it like full price for no reason. And that's nuts. Nuts. What are you looking at me like that for? What's with that look of disgust on your face? Look at it. He looks so, like, disappointed in me. I hate it. I'm leaving. I hate it. Not him, just the look of disappointment. I hate it. Okay. Okay, so we have to go to this one now, right? Because there were 2 elevators. Make us whole again. Shoots hole through head. That's a hole, right? Force gun.
This is Temple. The bridge is fucked. I don't know what went on in there, but I'm not sticking around.
Hey, hey.
It comes back.
What's your fucking language?
To find Elizabeth.
Man left to get his migraine meds. Yeah. Oh no, 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 no. We're not doing this. Nope, 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 nope. Sit down, boy. What? You still approach me? Pregnant? Yeah, right? Wait, do I not? I don't have any more ammo. I really need to find a store. To comm array exterior access.
Okay. Primary investigation power has been rerouted. Look, I don't know about you, but I think I'm seeing things. My head's pounding still. I don't know. Just stay sharp, okay?
Sir, are you, the infected? Okay, I came down here, but I don't know, I get the feeling like maybe I just need to go elsewhere. You know? Do my little dancey dance. Look at these feet. Look at these. Okay. What else is there? I guess I should just start like checking my reroute ADS power. Oh, okay. 2 of 3. Okay, that answers my question. My bad, dude. I thought there was only 2. However, common sense, these games love to roll in the rule of 3. All right. Down to floor 1. Level 1. Let's go.
Isaac, listen up. I've got
You have a GPS in your hand? Oh, that's true. I don't know how to use it.
Absorb it and mold it into new forms. One iteration seems to have the sole purpose of infecting corpses. The others, well, seem to be making corpses to infect. And
there it is.
we keep seeing on the walls is part of it too. I found a report that says it's a habitat changer.
Oh no. I'm glad I increased my airtime. All right, let's do this. Let's do this little thingy here. Just like real life. I don't like that there's just whispering going on in my ear. I hate it. I hate it. Okay. It's full ammo, so we're gonna run with this for a little bit. 3, 2, 1. Hiya there, friendos. There's one more in here. I heard it horf. Yeah. I hear you. Where are you, ugly? There you are. Come on now. What are you doing? Woo! I was fine with it being one of the babies, but oh. Yeah, okay, it did exactly what I thought it was doing. It got thrown into the air and I'm like, oh, okay, it lived, and it scared me because it spawned right next to me. What I didn't realize is it was its dead body getting thrown around. Alright. We're out power. How many more are gonna come crawling out of the crevices of this place?
But the ADS cannon's auto targeting is down. I think it's a faulty data. I need you to aim the cannon manually so I can replace it. Take the elevator to the top of the ship.
Didn't even get a full transformation. Do we have any? We don't. Dang. Computer room, main atrium, storage room B. It's a storage room. Nothing in here but ammo. How much space do I have? I don't. Oh! I didn't mean to touch that. Your Honor, I would like to plead oopsie daisies.
Alright, we've got enough power, but the ADS cannon's auto targeting is down. I think it's a faulty data cable. I need you to aim the cannon manually so I can replace it. Take the elevator to the top of the ship and test the cannon.
Yeah, we're going to the computer room. Find the computer room. Just call me Vector. Okay, I'm not reading that. Oh, speaking of power nodes. Oh, wait, that's right. Okay. Put me at 10. Oh, it puts me at 12. Okay. It's not full ammo. How much space do we have now? Okay, cool. I need to be using my buzzsaws a little more because I got a lot of ammo for it. As much as I just want to invest all the power cores that I unlock into my stuff, I really want to kind of see what else I can find. Oh, that changed. That was ammo before. Let's not touch that. Yeah, go ahead. Uh-huh. It's a gold semiconductor. 5,000 credits. Okay, alright, alright. I see you, game. Alright, what are we looking at here? Yeah, we got 20,000 credits, and we've got a contact beam, a level 3 suit, and a force gun that we need to buy. I completely skipped out on the flamethrower. Alright. Okay, so we do need to go back this way. I'll wait for something to come crawling around the corner. Huh. Alright. Okay, that leads to main atrium. Okay. That's where we have to go. Yeah. I have a feeling I have to go back to level 3. We're gonna find out, though. Yeah, it's definitely turning into not so much scary. Granted, I'm getting used to everything that's happening, so it's just kind of like, oh, hey, oh, there's one. I didn't like that. Locked. There it is. Ship exterior. Don't like that idea too much. Storage room. Dude, I need to find a shop. I need to find a shop so bad. I don't want to backtrack any for it. That's just me being stubborn, though. If I absolutely need to, I can run back and go, but I've got stuff.
Isaac, you're going to have to cross the ship exterior to reach the ADS cannon. Problem is, we're still getting bombarded by asteroids. Look for cover, or you get torn to pieces.
Okay, I have a medium air can, so that's fine. We can drop one of these. Oh, we can use one. Okay, that's perfect too. Warning, 0 gravity. Okay. I love the signs.
Entering vacuum. Entering 0 gravity.
What? No, okay.
Multiple impacts detected across the starboard hull.
Oh, okay. I just got obliterated. Okay.
Entering vacuum. Entering 0 gravity. Warning. Multiple impacts detected across the starboard hull.
Okay. While this is going on, I'm going to refill my oxygen here. Okay, I see what I need to be doing. A full sprint over to here. We're doing fine. Once I picked up on what I needed to do, we were fine. Alright, now I run like a madman. Because I can definitely reach that door. I can't reach that door. Full autopilot with it anymore, that's fair. I mean, like I said, this is the first time I've played this. So, all new. Oh, what are we doing here? There we go. No, give me the Ruby Semiconductor game. Don't be like that. I'm gonna save. Oh, okay.
You're in the pit. The cannon's a mass driver, so it should punch through anything flying at us. Keep an eye on the hull's integrity. Too many of those things get by, and we're dead. I think I've almost got the system repaired. Just buy me a little more time.
All right, let's see what we can get done. Oh.
Just one more minute, and he should be fully operational.
Oh, that one was one of the big ones. Dude, you literally said that twice now. Come on. Okay, there we go.
Nice shooting, Isaac. Auto-targeting is now online and clearing a path to safe orbit. As soon as we're clear, I'll engage the autopilot again. Head to the tram station, and I'll meet you there when I'm done.
First try, first try.
Entering vacuum. Entering zero gravity.
Okay. I always thought this part was dragged out way too long. I can see it. I can definitely see it. Oh, hey. You know, because on the way in, I had to use both of my oxygen things, so I need to just run. I got 40 seconds. It's not bad. It's not the worst. Come on, game. Open up. There we go.
Exiting zero gravity. Exiting
There we go. All good.
Wait! Isaac Hammond. You're not gonna believe this. Oxygen levels are falling. Something's poisoning hydroponics air production, and whatever it is, it's filling the deck up with that organic stuff. We're not gonna have any air to breathe through. But if I understand these lab reports correctly, I think I can make a poison to destroy it. Head to medical. It should have everything you need.
Will this never end? Isaac, get to medical and mix together whatever Kendra's come up with. I'm heading to hydroponics. If I can slow it down, that might keep us breathing long enough to fight it.
This man is way too brave for his own good. Oh, that's fun. Absolutely not. Nope. We're not dealing with crawling heads today. Not today. We're also getting real brave with our creature designs, aren't we? Ow. We're not doing that. No thanks. No thank you. No thank you. Okay, well, we're heading back to a shop now, so. Speaking of, it was right here. And I'm like, I'm gonna have to travel all the way back there. Oh. I love that the creepy music's playing. I'm just like, do. I'm shopping. Yeah, we're not doing that today, bud. Oh, hello. Yeah. About did it. Okay. Alright, cool. Suit level 3. Perfect. What's different now? Oh, okay. I see the difference now. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of the line gun. Of all the things that I'm getting rid of, and there's a reason for it. It just... Contact beam. Heavy damage energy projector. Like, the line gun seems like a good idea, but I didn't use it? I'm gonna give this a shot. Okay, I can just buy power nodes. What kind of ammo does it use, though, is the question. Alright, so that's the end of chapter 4. Hold on, how much space do I have? Ah! Oh, that's so much more space. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay. Wait, what's the name of this mission? I also got to thinking the possibility of the Easter egg being Nicole is dead.
Shit. Isaac, I can smell the contaminated air from here. It's spreading faster than I expected. I'm trying to isolate it, but it's not going to buy us much time. We have to get that thing off this ship. The chemicals you need are in the chemistry lab. I'll hack the door for you when you get there.
Alright, I'm here. Open the door.
You can't stand in the way of God's plan, the natural order. Are you blind like the rest?
Looks like someone has reprogrammed the door locks on this deck. And recently, too. I guess we're not alone here after all. Someone doesn't want you in this part of the ship.
Clearly. Someone's been listening to our stuff. Yeah, I've picked up on that. Another one? Well, that's rather excessive. Okay. For the hell of it. For the hell of it. Put that into our suit. I don't quite like that thing that's sticking to the wall over there. Dude, don't like that. Ow. How did I? Okay. Yeah, I'm picking up on that. That is horrifying. Okay. So we're going up. I need more ammo. Run, 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 run. Yes, I am.
You're also going to need a DNA sample of the alien tissue. I'll search the records for one.
I just want to know, a lot of people are playing Conan Exile today.
Personal log, Dr. Charles Mercer. I now have a live subject for my study. I'm eager to validate my tissue regeneration. Initial restraint was problematic, but now the patient's resting comfortably. He trusts Dr. Kind. He puts his life in my hands.
Okay.
He knows his part in all of this. Understands what I'm doing. The forehead has been swabbed clean and marked. What are you doing with that? I'm now attempting to create a passage to insert the sample into...
Oh, that's terrifying. Okay, I'll take another power node. How many does that make? One. Okay. I thought I had another.
Please stand by. Antigen compound completed. Please remove
Your
the
fight
capsule.
for survival is admirable, but pointless. And yet you keep on going.
Right, you
It almost makes me
punch you through this glass.
Am I the only one who sees that we have died out a long time ago? We just haven't accepted it yet. Stop running. Stop your struggle.
Oh, okay.
Our future. Your future.
Me swinging, stop your struggle. Oh, okay. Alright, that's fine. Whatever. Sorry, I zoned too. Let's not do this, sir. Ow. Maybe we don't do this. Oh, I'm dead. Wait, does it really have a one-hit kill move? It does. That's some shit. Alright. You can't kill it, Isaac. It just keeps regenerating. Okay. My saws were going through him. No game. Please don't. I'll just keep running in circles until they tell me what to do. Nope, he got me. Dang, man. Dang, man. Get out of there, run. Did they unlock the door? Oh. Oh yeah, it is regenerating. That's fun. Huh.
Anyone there? Repeat. Come in, Isaac. Kendra, is anyone there?
Hammond, where the hell have you been?
I've reached hydroponics. It's bad down here.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't have any health. Dang it. I made it out.
Anyone there? Repeat. Come in, Isaac. Kendra, is anyone there?
Hammond, where the hell have you been?
I've reached hydroponics. It's bad down here. Really bad. Can hardly breathe. The organic matter is growing everywhere. I'm seeing. Must be seeing things.
Oh my gosh, where are these things coming from? Quit. Oh my gosh. No. Okay. Oh. That would have been nice. Oh, you're back. Okay, bye, bud. I need to get somewhere where I can buy health. For once, I need health.
Now you need to find a DNA sample of the growth. According to lab records, there's an inert sample stored in the ICU. A Dr. Mercer was apparently doing intensive research on it. I've been trying to contact Hammond, but all I'm getting is static. Isaac, you've got to hurry.
Great, but for once I don't need money. I need ammo. Is this going to turn into one of the Resident Evil 2 hard mode things where I get to the final location of this and I have like no ammo? That's what it's starting to feel like.
Your persistence surprises me. Holding on to your
Oh yeah, that's right. I bought all that health.
You hold on to what was once your world.
Am I stressing you out?
Be glad of the knowledge that your death will bring their birth.
Bottle of health that I just don't heal.
It's coming. Say your prayers.
Okay, door's unlocked now. Oh my god. Okay. I'm so glad I left a bunch of ammo around. Wait, am I gonna have to actually fight this thing? Like, kill it? Kill it? Oh, hi! No, dude, come on. Where are you all coming from? In the knees. The knees. Thank you.
Someone keeps shutting down the door protocol.
Okay, it's a lot like Nemesis. Okay. Okay, I get it now. Can't reach it. Oh, I only got one thing for that. Jeez. Okay. Oh, hang on. 1 second. Okay. There we go. What? Hello? Who was that? Sorry. Ducky! Chad, how you guys doing? He ruined it for you, Ducky. Don't have the right people followed. Well, hi to you too. I don't trust it. Just got home from lunch and shopping. He really did. He really ruined it for you. I'm just gonna ignore you. All right. How you guys doing? Lunch and shopping. That's exciting. Okay, we need to... I'm gonna take advantage of this moment and unfortunately, I don't have any ammo for the other one. We're gonna heal. How's the scary things? First playthrough? Yes, yes, yes. We're very low on ammo. Things are not going the way that we had hoped. We're currently being chased by something that's the equivalent of Nemesis. Speaking of, perfect time to save. Need to kind of get our wedding shoes, so you know. Ah, makes sense. Wait a minute. Hang on. New chapter name. Ha! I'm right. Okay. So the first word is Nicole. That's horrifying.
Person log, Dr. Chalice-Mercer. The specimen continues
I don't know why I just tried to do that.
Experiments. Its cellular
There we go.
fortitude, not to mention elasticity, is remarkable. Dr. Kine, I'm sure, would disapprove.
Yet.
But I do not anticipate that issue, as the good doctor is busying himself with the marker. As if that matters now. He has
You know where I'm at? Okay, cool.
Dementia that afflicted the colony. Only yesterday, he told me he had spoken to his wife. But Amelia Kine has been dead for some years.
That's it, Isaac. Now you just need to...
This has gone far enough. Accept your part in the God's plan. Embrace your own extinction.
No, I don't think I will.
Life support system failure on medical.
Who the hell was
Please
that?
evacuate immediately.
Isaac, he's decompressed the entire deck, and I'm being locked out of those systems. All the air has been vented into space.
Joke's on
You
him.
should be able to bring
I
us off
have a
online from the
buzzsaw.
security station, but you don't have much time.
Yeah, I kind of picked up on that. Oh, Jesus, these things. Go on now, get. Get. Environments. I don't have any time to be doing this. What am I doing? Oh, there's a bunch of yous. Oh, shoot. Oh, there's other boy. There's big boy. We're gonna just pretend like you're not here, and we're gonna go in here. How's that sound? That sounds like a good plan to me. Nope. No babies. We're not dealing with those right now. We, yeah, I need oxygen. There, Chief. See, that's the great thing. Oh, I can't leave. I'm gonna die. Do I have any oxygen on me? I don't. Wait, yes, I do. I do. Get shit on, nerd. Okay. Diagnostics wing. That's where we need to go. It's only mild panic. It's okay. Only mild. I have a feeling I went the wrong way. I did go the wrong way. Huh? Okay. Oh, man. Wait a minute. 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 Okay. All right. When you go back through here, I remember you're having fun watching me be scared. Okay. Okay. Oh my God. No. No. They were waiting at the door for me. I'm pretty sure I had to go to the door across the way. Oh, man. All right. Well, you know.
Adding sample 9797 to chemical compound.
Dr. Chalice-Mercer.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
My experiments. Its cellular fortitude.
That's it, Isaac. Now you just need to...
This has gone far enough.
You'll see.
Accept your part in the God's plan. Embrace your own extinction.
Warning. Life support system failure on medical
Who the
deck.
hell was
Please
that?
evacuate immediately.
Isaac, you've decompressed the entire deck, and I'm being locked out of those systems. All the air has been vented into space. You should be able to bring it back online from the security station, but you don't have much time.
Oh, wait, actually, can I? Well, it's just easier with the buzzsaw. Would have been easier. Ow! No, don't touch me. Panic. How do you do it without knees, boyo? Oh, there's an oxygen station right there. Ow, no, just don't touch me. How about you don't do that? How about no? Now I'm getting annoyed. Wait, what? No! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, you don't. Yeah, come on. Actually, I've got time. I've got time. Okay. This is fine. It's fine. Also, I have no health. Okay. It's fine. Nothing bad's gonna happen. I even have an extra little air tank to spare. Okay, we really do have to go through here, because there wasn't any other way over there. Get this, you're fine. Yeah, it's fine. I don't know what you guys are stressing out about. I need to calm down. There's a research lab. If I'm not mistaken. Oh. That's right. GPS. Well. This is a little awkward. You know what's really fun? Forgetting you have a GPS system. Oh. I could have saved myself so much money.
You need to make the poison. Now get back to the chemistry lab.
What are you going to do? Do it fast. Can hardly breathe.
You're cutting out, Hammond. I'm gonna try to switch over. Shit. I lost his signal. I'll continue scanning for his location. You have to get that compound mixed.
Okay, well, open the door. Crazy idea. It's not that door. It's this door. Would have made more sense than the other one. Personally, I feel. Maybe, perhaps, possibly, perchance. Are you...
I've got more intel on the atmosphere. A survivor's report says a massive creature entered the hydroponics deck from outside the ship. That's when the air quality began degrading. The survivor called it The Leviathan.
The Leviathan. What is this, Final Fantasy? Okay, it's this way.
Processing request. Please stand by. Final mixing complete. Please remove the capsule.
Let's hope that poison works. Head back to the tram station and get him to hydroponics as fast as you can. Still no response from Hammond, so be careful.
See, I would, but the door is locked.
I'm beginning to truly admire your spirit, misplaced as it may be. I think you should see the whole plan. You should not spurn the hive mind's offerings. You deserve to witness that at least.
No, I would much rather head back to the tram. Thank you. I would much rather head back to the tram. Is that an option? Can you unlock the other door, please? That'd be great. I would really appreciate it if you just be a good pog champ and open up the other door for me. Yeah. No? Okay. Well, we tried. Oh yes, more blade ammo. Let me just save here real quick. Okay. All right. Huh. I like this room. Ooh, items.
The work I have done must continue. Will continue.
Items.
To the salvation of our species. These specimens will
Ammo. Wait a minute.
I will spread their divine glory across the entire planet.
Wait a minute. I'm getting a lot of ammo and health. I don't like this.
Embrace the inevitable.
I... See, beyond popular belief, sir, nobody wants you here. Just calling it like I see it. I hate to be that guy. But at the same time, nobody wants you here either. The hell? Sir. No, I think he's coming to have me for dinner. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. No. No. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Come on. You can do it. Come on. There you go. What if I'm the monster? Well, I'm a fantastic monster. Look at me. All right, what am I supposed to be doing here? Am I supposed to be doing something with these? Sir, can we not? I'd really appreciate it if we didn't. Slow mode. I really don't know what I'm doing. Oh! No, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Okay. This is a really funny game. Hiya, friend. Come with me and you'll see that you're really, really stupid. Okay, friend. Come on over here. Yeah, there you go. Alright. I'll just pull a Tom Nook and take your kneecaps. Don't mind me. Gonna just walk in here and just press this little button right here. Yeah. That'll do it. Oh, you poor, poor soul. It only took all of my HP.
I've managed to open Mercer's lockdown. There's a secondary tram station nearby, and you can take it to hydroponics. Let's just hope there's enough time.
It took all my HP because I didn't know what I was doing. It's entirely my fault. I take full responsibility for it. But the game was just doing what the game does. I figured if I just wailed on him enough, eventually he'd stop moving. However, that turns out to not be the case. It's fine, though. How much money do we have? 4,000? We're fine. We don't need health. Okay, we're fine. End of the chapter. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Chapter 6. Does it start with an E? Nah, tram it is, yeah. Hey! First words, Nicole. I was right. Only 6 more chapters to go.
Hydroponics log, Dr. Elizabeth Cross reporting. I'm pleased to say that we're working close to maximum capacity at the present time. All flora is healthy and thriving, and food yield has created a surplus. I was going to pass the surplus on to the colony, but the captain has given a no-fly order. I want to note my opposition to that order.
What's a 6-letter word? See, I've already come up with the conclusion that it's actually 2 words, and one of them has 2 letters, which is the letters I and S. So Nicole is, and then the last 4 are dead. Can't say that I'm right, but kind of seems that way. Because we mentioned Nicole at the beginning. Nicole says, put us back together. Gosh, I wonder. I think she might be dead, Chief. She's dead, Jim. Okay, that's an elevator. Okay. Okay. I don't like that the music picked up. Okay. So I am actually gonna call it here for now. I have to go out because I have to go get my roommate from work, and he is like 30 minutes away. However, the moment I get back, I will be going live again. Have to. Yeah, he doesn't drive. But the moment I get back, which technically I don't have to... Oh. Fair. Actually, you know what? No, we got an hour. I was gonna like take the hour to decompress, but you know what? We got an hour. No! Not the creatures from the toilet! Those are not my favorite things. Ew. Can somebody get a janitor in here? There's something clogging the toilets. But again, I will be streaming immediately upon getting back, so. Elevators! We love elevators. I'm the janitor. No, no, no. I am the engineer. Thank you. Thank you. No. 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 Nope. No, I ain't touching that. Nope. Absolutely not. Nope. We're here. That's a plumbing issue. Contact energy. Okay. You know, I'm about to sell the contact gun, too. I don't like it. I thought I was gonna like it. I don't. Hi, friend. Are you gonna die?
Isaac.
I can do that, too.
Just leave in one piece. Don't take your helmet off. The air's rotten. I gotta look at it.
Can't be as rotten as my soul.
Shut itself in food storage.
Stop talking and open the door.
Crew that was on this deck. I think they're what's poisoning the air.
That's crazy talk.
They've been transformed. I saw one of them. Bloated, swollen.
No, I saw a couple of those too back down in medical.
Take them out where we can still breathe.
I'm the one with the helmet.
I thought you were dead. You need to get to cleaner air. You're not going to be able to help Isaac in your condition.
Nope.
Isaac.
Get out.
I'm scanning the area now. He's
Just
right.
somebody
Something
open the
really
damn
big in
door.
food storage. But I can't get a good scan. Monitor readings are off the scale. Be careful.
Open the door. Thank you.
That's the door to food storage. But I can't override the integrity lockdown. You have to destroy the pods to bring the air quality up. Then you can go through and use the poison on the Leviathan.
Okay.
I suppose I should be glad that Ham's alive, but I still don't trust him. I think he's hiding something about the marker.
Probably, but oh my lord. Okay, look. Game. There we go. Oh, that's great. You know, if I had any. I do! Ooh! Excitement. I can't do anything. Let's throw it in here. Oh! Oh, hello. Just taking these. Said, call me Tom Nook. I'm here taking kneecaps. Of course, every time I have a power cell. Make my own elevator music here. Something's gonna break out from one of those. Oh yeah? That's crazy. That's exactly where I'm heading. Can y'all sense the sarcasm that's starting to evolve here? There's less fear and more sarcasm. That's how you horror game, right? Oh, you are... Oh, you're one of those. Okay. You're just a reskinned Pinky. Buddy, listen. Look, I've had a long day. And I don't think you quite understand what you're dealing with here. Because even I don't know what I'm dealing with here. Power node. Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool. I don't like that. Okay, that's the way they work. Interesting. Okay, so am I just taking out a bunch of these guys? God, I have ammo. Okay, good.
Replacing nutrient
I see you.
Replacing nutrient
Are you serious? Come on, game.
Replacing nutrient
How can I kill that thing? Guess we'll find out. How many of these do I even have? Oh boy. Okay, so I know one's down there. Oh. Okay, can you stop giving me that ammo and give me something else, please? That'd be fantastic.
Hydroponics log, Dr. Cross reporting. Something huge just slammed into the hole near food storage. It wasn't a rogue asteroid. I know what that sounds like. But it was big and heavy. I'll report again when I know more.
Okay, but... what am I even doing here? I could be home with my kids. Beautiful wife. Or husband. could be... What's the word? Happy! Oh my god! I don't get paid enough for this! Oh my god. Okay. All right then.
Acting Chief Engineer. I came down here
Dude,
to find Dr.
Temple,
Elizabeth
bro,
Price, but she's
do
not
you
here.
ever shut
I
up?
can't find anyone. Just more of this organic shit everywhere. I'm going
Joke's
to
on
check
you,
my
you're not getting paid.
But
I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't get paid enough for this. Nicole's not my wife. I'm gonna get electrocuted. Yay! Good times. Good times.
This is Temple, Acting Chief Engineer. I
Okay.
came down
I
here
clearly
to find
don't need to
Dr.
be in there right now.
Elizabeth Price, but she's not here. In fact, I can't find anyone. Just more of this organic shit everywhere. I'm going to check the mining deck. It's about the only place I haven't looked yet.
Nicole's not my wife. She's my mistress. I don't know. I just have a feeling that maybe I'm supposed to shoot those. Okay, let's go down there.
Replacing nutrient threat. Replacing nutrient threat.
I don't... Come on, man.
Replacing nutrient threat.
Wait, where'd that one go? Hang on. Where did it go? How do I kill you? Go over here and check this one. Can you get off of me? Freaks of nature. Ammo. Okay. Oh, there's boxes over here. Hang on. Okay. Got quite a bit of stuff. I could just leave. This would be all their problem, not mine. I could. I could throw myself out into the expanses of space, and it'd be their problem. Sub-objective complete? Huh? 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 That doesn't make any sense. Not a single lick of sense. Because there's one stuck down there. Okay, well. Maybe we do go this way. I don't know. Man, where am I going? What am I doing? Refrigerator? I didn't know somebody was trying to tell me to chill out. Don't believe their lies. I wasn't trying to.
Entering zero gravity.
Oh. What? Oh, okay. I was supposed to go this way. Go! Jump! What are you doing? Man? Okay. I figured my way up there, but like...
Exiting zero gravity.
Wow, no.
Entering zero gravity.
Gosh, I don't know. There we go. Oh, I was like, what's screaming at me? That would be the babies on the wall. No. No. Okay. And you go over here. And through here. You're one of them. There you are. Freak. Okay. So that took care of the one in refrigeration. I'm listening for more just in case, but I'm not hearing anything. So I think I got that one. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we got 4 more to kill. One of them I have no idea how to. Unless there's only one more. Because we've killed 3 so far, right? I think. Can't remember. My brain hurts. How do I kill you? Whisper your secrets, O wise one. You know better than I. Ah. It just wasn't letting me before. Okay.
Replacing nutrient vat.
Got him. Got him. Okay. Killed a bunch of those. Oh! Hello, friends! No, 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 no. See, that's not how that's done. Thanks, but no thanks. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Oh, wait, do I have... Oh, I do. Okay. All right. Oh my god, ammo. It's fantastic. That's not exactly what I came over there for, but I needed it. Oh yeah. Now we're cooking. Okay. All right, 100%. Perfect. Okay, let's do the other side. What? There's nothing in here. Okay. I had 2, right? Yeah. I think. Yes, I did. We'll, start working on our health a little bit here. Okay, cool. Moving up. Here we go. Oh, hi there, Chief. Glad you could visit. See you next time. All right. Just tell me. Where are the ugly ones? Aw, that's cute. You all didn't have to come out at once. Oh, that's fun. I was out of ammo. What the hell? What the hell? Why can't I shoot to save my life? I'm gonna run? That was really weird. Oh, hi. I didn't know you had invited friends. All right, see, this is where I start getting mad. Y'all are... There's a lot of them. That getting mad bit part was literally part of a bit. Y'all were getting way too close to my personal space. Thank you very much. Perhaps we don't do that again. Okay. Don't do that again, yes? There's another one behind me, isn't there? There's another one behind me, isn't there? Oh my god. Nope, I wasn't getting away from that. I'm trying too hard to use weapons I shouldn't be using. Trying to predict where he was going. That didn't go very well. I think there's one more somewhere around here. Because I know I didn't get them all. Yep, there he is. There he was. Oh, there's more of you. Why are there so many of you? Why are there so many of you? I didn't invite all you guys here. That's another one. I just heard him. Yep. Tommy, I told you one friend. Not all of them. I said one of them could stay the night. Like it never happened. And don't you just hate it when the little ones just don't listen to you? And realistically, this is just these guys breathing. That noise that they're making, it's them wheezing while they're breathing. That's, ugh, creepy. Where did you come from? Okay. Are there any more of you? Yes. No. Maybe. Okay. Ah, there's so many of you. There's nothing like the other one. The other one was easy. Oh, hi, friend. No. Nope. Sorry. You stupid. Alright, alright, alright. Going up to level 2.
Warning. Toxics detected in atmosphere processing. A repair technician has been notified.
Yeah. Hi, I'm the repair technician. Alright. So we need 2 more of these guys. Yeah, there's that make us whole again nonsense. Come on, man. I don't have... Buddy, I don't... These guys can run. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Oh. The flying ones that can transform them bother me a little bit. Kind of remind me of Alien. You know? I'm most likely not wrong. But we need 1 more. And we still have a whole nother floor to search too. But I also don't have a lot of ammo. How much ammo do I have? I've got plenty of saw ammo. I don't have to worry about Ripper Blade stuff. Okay, this is their refrigeration on this side. Okay. Got about 30 minutes left. What are you? No. You stay away. I don't like that. Didn't like that at all. Ow. Okay. Okay, fun fact. They can... Okay, they can explode and do damage to me. Good to know. What's my ammo count looking like? Not good, Captain. All right. Okay, so we made it through there. Oh, God. Please tell me the last one's in here and I don't actually have to go to the 3rd floor for this.
Entering zero gravity.
Okay. Of course you would. Okay. All right. So come through here. That's where these yahoos came from. Now I'm going to open this one, and there's going to be more. Oh? No? That's a surprise. Oh, there you are. I was right. There are more of you. Only one, though. Interesting.
Exiting zero gravity.
This place is trippy. Okay, I'm taking the saw blade. Air filtration room. Warning, extreme heat.
Hello? Hello, security? Thank God. This is Dr. Cross in hydroponics. I'm trying to locate second engineer Jacob Temple. I can't get through to engineering. Of course I know there's a shipwide medical alert. That's why I'm trying to locate him. No, we're safe for now, but the tram is down and we can't reach the escape pod. Hello? Hello?
That's not terrifying at all. Hey, let's just search real quick. Okay. Okay. All right, cool. That was creepy. I was really focused. I'm sorry.
Control to restart the oxygen recycling. Once the air's clean, you can get into food storage. Isaac, I've been reading these reports. The crew all began having mass hallucinations. And... well, I just saw my brother on a security monitor. And that's just not possible.
No, it's not possible. Congratulations, you're officially infected and you're gonna die. Haha. How's that make you feel, hot stuff? Get it? Because we're in the heating room. Oh. Alright. So now we can head back through the West Grow Chamber and we can head back to the main area. Is there music playing? Where are we going? This is a really, really long elevator ride.
Warning. 10 kiloton mass detected in food storage.
10 kiloton? Excuse me. All right. Here we go. I don't like that noise. Okay, atmosphere control. That's where we need to go. Oh god. This isn't good. Whatever's going on here is bad. Very bad. Okay. Go, go, go.
Isaac, where are you? Help me.
I can't help somebody who's dead. Also entirely a guess. Okay.
Levels. Food storage lockdown lifted.
Alright, food stores lockdown lifted. This is a mistake. Oh, this is a mistake. Oh, I hate that.
Log, this is Dr. Cross.
I hate everything about this.
What I'm seeing here. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'm going to the mining deck. I hear that's where survivors are gathering. Jacob, I'll wait for you there.
Gonna be waiting for some time there, darling.
Unknown antigen injected into the filtration system.
It worked. It definitely worked.
Damn it. The poison wasn't strong enough. It's still alive. Get in there and kill it before it contaminates the entire ship.
Alrighty.
Entering zero gravity.
Ow. Okay. Can't. Okay, so I can't do much. Okay. Wait a minute. I can. Ow. Okay. Time for the last one. I probably want to heal. No, I'm gonna take that damage. Come on. Come on. There we go. How am I supposed to do this? Oh, Jesus. I don't have any ammo. I'll have to look for ammo here. Ow! Can we not do that, please? Okay. Jeez, I really don't have any ammo. I'll say saw blades are great when I'm close up, but right now I'm not close up. This is not good. Okay. I couldn't dodge that one. There it is. Okay. Okay. That was a bigger pain than I wanted it to be. All right.
Isaac, you did it. Hammond, do you read? Oxygen levels are returning to normal. Damn it.
Hammond's dead.
He's gone again. No sign of his rig anywhere. It's up to us now. I've got a plan to get off this ship.
Pretty sure he's infected.
An SOS beacon on the mining deck. If you can get down there and activate it, we might be able to send a distress call. Oh God. I don't know how much longer that door will hold.
Okay. Okay. At least have some ammo. Not much, but I've got some. All right. So let's get over here. And oh, door. Oh, thank God. Okay. Have this new thing. Here, have a gold semiconductor. Okay. How much money do I have? Oh, not enough. Okay. All right. He is nowhere to be found. Let's go ahead and get our weapons. We needed ammo so badly for that. And not once did I think of, let's just go over here. Okay. So now, all we have to do is get back to the tram. That's all we have left to do. That's it. We're so close. So close. Okay. All right, there's the tram. It's great. We did it. We finished half the game. I feel like I am missing a lot of secrets and stuff, and I'm a little upset about that, but that's okay.
This may be our last chance of getting out of here alive, Isaac. There's an asteroid loaded up in the mining bay waiting to be smelted. If you attach the SOS beacon to it, you can launch it away from the ship to make a clean broadcast. The beacon's on the maintenance subdeck. You can launch the asteroid from the control room. Damn, the control room is locked. It looks like they keep an emergency access key on the processing subdeck.
Okay.
Couldn't be easy, could it? I don't know how much more of this I can take.
All right. Okay, that leads to there. Okay, I have 4 of these now. Let's get these upgraded. Okay. All right, so this opens up a bunch of new possibilities here. Okay. I know I've been focusing on my plasma cutter, but that it's like probably my favorite weapon, honestly. I like the saw weapon, but don't know. Just hits different. Why am I dealing with that right now? Hello? Okay, perfect. Save station. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so this is... Yeah, okay. This is going to be where we call it for the day. 1 second. 1 second. Let's keep the spook going. And we are going to raid somebody named Granny Smith. He is playing Amnesia Dark Descent. So, let's do this. And don't forget, I will be back later. And we'll probably finish the rest of this game, honestly. I'm enjoying it a lot. And we've already finished half the game in roughly 5 hours. So, we can do it. Not that hard. Sorry, trying to queue this up because I gotta make sure I spell it right here. All right. That says it's the wrong. Oh, that's why. He has 3 N's in his name. All right, guys. Y'all have a fantastic time zone while I am out, and I will see you guys next time.